Okay, so insert intro here. That seems to be good enough. Celeste, farewell chapter. Yeah, I will have to restart from the past couple rooms because of how the saving works. But if I remember, something like that. I just realized doubled up on the music, so apologies for that. There we go. I forgot this room was here, so we're gonna be stuck here for a bit. There we go. Now time for the hard one. Nope. At least I'm doing a lot better than yesterday. Yeah, sorry about that. Someone came in to check on what was happening. So about yesterday's discussion, I did check it out, and it is classical, like the whole like wedding sort of genre is classical music from the Romantic period, I want to say, is what I saw. At least like the most famous ones. Wait, how did I manage to jump off that without it counting? Now I'm thinking about it too much and trying to do it, so of course it's not working. Barely not getting it. I keep on getting the hair. Yeah, if I remember, this room is called the Sawmill, because I can understand that from all the spikes. I just didn't move there. Ugh. The last was so hard for me. I am not looking forward to seeing what the tally of quests is for this chapter. Okay, warming back up. I'm doing pretty good, just accidentally fat fingering some stuff. I do really like the aesthetic of this level. The marine ocean comparison is pretty cool. I mean, like the whole starfish thing, that's a pretty obvious one, but the rest of it, I missed it. It was pretty good. I remember back in 4th grade. Yeah, 4th grade. We went on a trip to the beach. And as part of the justification for that was we needed to do a research project on some of the just marine environment there. This was in California, but I remember that when we were tide pulling, I found something called the skeleton shrimp. I don't really remember much about them, but I just remember being like, that's super cool, and I found it. So I was really proud of it and wanted to do my research on that. However, my teacher looked at it as like, you know, maybe you should do one on anemones, like, the day before the presentation happened. So I'm like, oh great. I need to redo it, and it wasn't that great. Well, it wasn't quite a day, but it was, I remember feeling much more rushed because I had to pivot. I don't know why my teacher didn't want me to do it on skeleton trip. I think it was because it was a bit niche. Which, like, I can kind of get, like, okay, maybe we want something more recognizable. But, like, let the kids be creative. Let them choose the bizarre creatures. There we go. Need to do something to that effect. I believe this is the last room I did last night. Oh, I know there's one more after this. I I do love both ocean and space. They're both pretty fascinating. I do want to learn more about like ocean exploration because it's something that surprisingly doesn't have a lot done on it compared to like space stuff, which I'm much more well acquainted with. Not saying I want to like change the field of study or anything like that. Just I'd like to know what it's about. Here we go. I really just need to aim better on that one. There we go. Yeah, because I exited out, I had to go back to the checkpoint. So, just a little bit of progress, but I managed to make it back pretty quickly. And this time I have it situated where I can see the little thing down there. Yeah, nice to see you, Emond. Emond? Not sure how to pronounce that, but should be saving per screen. That's how it works for me for the whole game. But Dutch, it saves per screen, but if you exit out of it, oh, that's why I'm not jumping properly. My hand was on the wrong buttons. It doesn't bother me, but it does mean that I have to redo some stuff if I exit the game. I don't. Hard part is not having the fish there explode for this one. Nope. Okay. There we go. Now we... Okay, I see the vision. I just need to make sure it happens. There we go. That was a pretty easy one. Yeah, I think I need to dash through it, and I need to dash underneath it and then get it from the backside is my understanding of this, which seems really tricky, but... And I'm forgetting basic jumping patterns now. Right. There we go, didn't even need to do the funky skip. What in the world? I need it. No, I want to figure out how to get it. Yeah. I was trying to do a dash through the pufferfish, but that worked out a lot better than I wanted to. Okay, yeah, so like that. Now on it. And there we go. Oh, the music changed. Or is it back to regular and it just got quiet there for 1 second? That slowly changes. It's hard to tell sometimes when it does or not. Yeah, that makes sense then. Well, I know that takes quite a bit of work to make sure that's done properly, which, like, kudos to the developers because that takes a lot of effort. Dang it. Thank you for the offer, but I do not do AI viewers. The with their conversation yesterday about the musical genre, what I could find it's mainly based off of the Romantic period in classical music. Yeah, it does fit because weddings are romantic. Uh, different meaning for romantic, but it works. It's more so like the romance of adventure sort of thing and discovery. English is a really weird language. It's pretty much if 3 languages got in a trench coat and we're pretending to be one. Yeah, that's partially because it's still a really new language. But it's what I speak, so I will complain only a little bit. You know, I doubt this will ever happen, but if someone ever tells me something's supposed to be romantic, I am going to show up to said event dressed up like someone from the romantic period. That just makes it way funnier. Does look fancy? Yeah. I am very much one for the dapper looks. I don't really have this stuff to do it, but I used to love like the button-up fancy suits. There's this one coat that I really want, though, that doesn't actually exist apparently. But it's like the way I envision it is like a trench coat mixed with uh one of those cloaks from back in the day. It, like the closest thing I can think of it is the Hunter's cloak from Bloodborne, and like I was pretty sure that was a real thing. Apparently it isn't though. And that, I believe, is the end of this room. Hello. There. Oh. There we go. My best guess for this one is that I have to bounce Rupert here off the spring as it's moving. do something like that, except for I don't push it back down immediately. I do that by the other way, pretty much, is my guess of what I need to do. Something that's really fun is genealogy, because like, especially if it's you have records that have survived, there comes a point where people are trying to justify reasons why they should be in power, so you'll have a bunch of stuff from like mythologies and whatnot that you're claimed to be related to, even though it makes no sense. Like, I'm just remembering this because I'm going to go hang out at my family next week for a like kind of Thanksgiving celebration thing, because we don't all have that time off, unfortunately. And when I was over there, last time I looked through genealogy, and there's some weird stuff. Like, my family is mainly Polish, but like on that side, but a lot of Irish stuff. So if you go back in time, like, I'm the son of a sun god, which I think is really fun. Well, not son of a sun god, I'm descended from one. Yeah, there's just some goofy stuff that you can find. So Nika got it? Yeah. I made that joke when I found out. It isn't a major sun god, it's a really minor niche one from Celtic mythology. I think their name's like Sithwold. Like, it's hard to find anything on them after a certain amount of time. Because, Father was an ordinary human if you look up the genealogy of it, so it just gets really funny looking into genealogy. It's like, yep, no, they are someone special, but a special lineage, but their lineage, if you look at it, actually isn't special whatsoever. And then, like, apparently the Salmon of Knowledge dude was like my great however many greats grandpa. Which is a fun one. That was about as far back as I managed to get, though, in the recording. So that particular branch was the furthest about turn of the era, I'd say, which is pretty far back. And because of like some of that genealogy stuff, it's something that's really funny is seeing like the historical stuff. Never looked into your history. I'd recommend it. You don't have to do like the DNA stuff. I didn't do that. But like see if someone in your family, because there usually is one like family historian, which I find really strange that there seems to always be one, but there's probably some record. I do know that there's a lot less records for certain groups because of the unfortunate way history has gone. But you can find a lot of interesting stuff. It doesn't change anything about you. It's just entertaining to me to find that stuff out about myself. But an example of something I got a kick out of is that my family comes from like the Irish bit of it is Irish nobility. And because of that, there's actually an official like manor. We don't own it. And the only reason I found out it existed was because someone was being very snooty about selling it. And be like, oh yes, only the most purest Irish can get this. And I'm American, so I just thought it'd be really funny. I didn't end up doing this, but if I showed up one day, like in overalls and a farmer's hat, I'm like, yep, nope, that's my family. But yeah, it doesn't really change you as a person learning this stuff. It's just family name thing from the UK. Of course, I'm not going to say what the family name is, but just know that there is a mansion with my family's coat of arms emblazoned on the tile, which I think is really funny that it no longer belongs to us. And the snooty people were trying to act like, yeah, trying to act like it wasn't a big deal, saying it's a modest manor with a measly 13 bedrooms after the downgrading of the West Wing. It was so obviously rich people talk. I'm like, ah, I see. Of course, being if the feudal system was still around today, I would have inherited it. And pretty much broke next to them, but then again, who isn't these days? Compared to, ah yes, modest 13 bedrooms. Like, I don't get why you need that much. Yeah, and then also, family lore goes crazy when you hear about it, especially from grandparents. You don't know what goes on in mansions either. I do, for the sole reason that I lived in one when I was really, really broke. Because I knew a person that had a mansion and they let me stay in theirs. Because, like, they had a family mansion. But they like to, like, let the people, like, up and coming celebrities crash there if they needed to. So, like, I got to hear a bunch of the beforehand, like, songs and soundtracks for stuff before they were released, which is really cool. I There was one specifically that I remember for some reason. I think it was because it was specifically mentioned what it was, because a lot of times it's like, okay, I know, don't bother the people. But, like, over in Ireland a while back, Codaline is the name of a band, and I got to play on their drums when they were out. And then also that Irish folklore movie, Song of the Sea, I got to hear the live recordings of the soundtracks, which was pretty fun. Yeah. Mansions, very cold. That is one thing I will say. And I don't know about modern mansions because this was like Victorian, Georgian era style, but very, very cold. Get the heater. I wasn't allowed to turn on the heater unless one of the big shot people were in the building. So there's many, many a cold night of winter in Ireland, heated blanket, cuddling with the family that was staying with me for warmth. It's also where I got a bit of my fear of bugs from, because the room I was staying in had a bit of a fly problem. By a bit, I mean the windows no longer worked. Yeah, heating a mansion would be expensive. Uh, it was like a manor. It wasn't like, it was really big, but it was 3 stories, and I don't know how wide, but it was fun staying there. I wasn't allowed in a lot of the rooms because, well, people were either using them or those are like private to the owner of them. Yeah, the owner of it was really nice. I was going to say, yeah, she was good crack, but I remembered that that means a different thing in non-Irish stuff. In Ireland, crack is slang for pretty much like cool to stuff sort of thing. But yeah, there's a lot of times when I was in the mansion and it was really cold, and we were really grateful to see the famous people. Not because they were famous, just because it meant we could turn the heater on, which was very confusing for them. Yes, crack. Yeah, the thing is, from living in Ireland and then also the change of words within this generation, things tend to go awful with my saying. Like, the word thick, at least in Ireland at the time, if you called someone thick, it meant their skull was thick and they were stupid. And then I remember, like, a couple years ago, to a female colleague, I straight up said, "I can't believe how thick you are." And I realized that, wait a minute. And I had a lot of explaining to do. Yeah. I can't really remember how prevalent it was in the USA at the time, but I thought it was a similar thing in the US. I think it was brought from the UK. Oh yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, I only stayed at that mansion for a couple months because I had to leave Ireland. Because no money. But it was nice. There was a fairly large area for me to hang out outside if I wanted to. The neighbors had horses, of course, because rich people. There was like 12 dogs there, which was really nice and adorable. Until you realize that this is out in like the rural areas. So the dogs would find stuff. Like one Halloween night, imagine driving down this dark, forested road and then seeing these red eyes that are glaring from your headlights. And you see a dog go with a giant rat hanging from its mouth. Like, very on point for Halloween, but yeah. Also, that's how I learned, like, living there, that's how I learned dogs love fox poop. I don't know what it is. Dogs just love fox poop. It smells horrendous. Yeah, and it's not just like one or two of them, it was all of them. My dog did move there. I think someone else ended up taking him in after I left Ireland because we didn't know if we'd be able to let him outside properly, and he seemed a lot happier, like being able to run in the forest. So we decided to let him stay in Ireland. But he was really fast. Don't know what breed he was. But like, in a race with like greyhounds, he'd beat the greyhounds. And the thing was, that was on 3 legs, because his growth was stunted in one of them, so he only ran on 3 legs. And he did get surgery in order to improve it. And like fix his leg up so he could run on 4. Still never ran on 4 legs. So you know, however many $100 down the drain. Probably could have signed him up for one of those dog races. Man, this fish is giving me a lot of trouble. This one is another difficulty spike? Yeah, I can definitely see that. Mainly the pufferfish, yeah. Yeah, the owner of that mansion, like, was really well known in the celebrity sphere. But like, if I hadn't met her in person, I would have known of her existence. To be honest, she was really nice. Because of her, I actually got a spot in Game of Thrones. However, because I was a kid at the time that happened, my mom said, no, you can't go and play the role of the kid who, you know, walks in on siblings sleeping with each other. Like, what if those kill me, right? Yeah, there's always that thing of like, what if I had taken that role? I can't remember what the specific role was, but yeah, Game of Thrones is not necessarily the thing you want your child on. Especially because my family is very leave room for Jesus sort of types. Which is also the reason why, yeah, same year, when the owner of the mansion had offered me a modeling gig, my mom said no, because again, I was a minor at the time. I doubt I could still get any of those positions. And I doubt I would have been able to if it wasn't for that person, but yeah, I do owe a lot to them. They helped my family out at a really rough time. Sure. Go ahead and, if you have a hint, I'd like to hear it. It's fine. I feel like I'm rounding my head against the wall a little bit. Oh, holding jump changes the height of pufferfish? I knew that was the case on... I see. I knew that was the case on a lot of but I didn't know that it included the pufferfish too. Like, I knew that was the case for some of the other jumps. There we go. Thanks a lot, that actually helps. Like, majorly, so. Two paths here, the long boost and the short. Hold direction during the explosion that gets along. I will try that. So, like, that is what I'm assuming it is. Yeah, that's what I tried to do. Yeah, the long feels it feels more natural to me. So that's what I'm gonna try going for. Mainly a matter of positioning. Yeah, each one has his own challenges, that makes sense. Main problem is about the positioning of that was the short one, but yonder dude. Clock moving at a fixed speed, yeah. It's that, and then making sure I move properly on top of the fish. I feel like I'm getting shorter jumps now. Difficult to focus on two or three things at the same time. Yeah, multitasking isn't a good thing, but the human biology, the human biology is not good at to multitasking is what I'm trying to say. I also probably would have gotten it the time for last if it weren't for the fact that because I have a tendency to hold on to the wall grab button. So I'm like, okay, maybe that's messing me up, but instead of going about it normally, I was just holding down the dash button then. Yeah, and that it does get into some problems at some jumps, and it feels really unnatural to not hold it down. Uh, yeah, it doesn't. Uh, the fingers are all just next to each other for me because it uses C, X, and Z. So I tried not holding down the Z button for holding, but accidentally held down a different button instead because my hand was like, oh, we're supposed to be holding down a button. So I got to the crystal. I'm guessing I need to space that out time-wise. There's some methods of stall boosting after it. Crystal refreshes. Okay, that's good to know. So I can theoretically just juggle myself around until it finishes, like until it arrives. Because I know some of the crystals don't refresh, so thank you for letting me know that. That is helpful. At least I'm getting the explosion more often now. See a dotted line what it is? Yeah. That makes sense for it. Okay, I see. I get how to do it now. I can drop down there. I can drop down here and then bounce back up to get it. Close. Almost there. Yeah, really, really close. The main thing is, like, the main thing now is, yeah, like you mentioned earlier, timing of this block. I got 3 dashes there. Probably. I don't know specifically what you're talking about as far as 3 dashes there, but what might have happened is that I might have dashed into the crystal, so it refreshed mid dash. Just a very long boost. Okay. You know, I just like to think of it that I'm just that good at games. Looked more like King Time ago. We could go with that, or we could just say that I am the greatest to ever do anything, ever. And stroke my ego a little bit. Because that can never get overinflated. Yes, I am first. I am the best. Praise me. Feels good to be worshipped. Oh yeah, okay. Complete tangent from my scatterbrain. Um, so what? Joke cults are so funny to me. Like, there are people who, like, I ended up creating one in middle school. There are people who have joined to this day because they think it's hilarious. Which, that's not the right one. But anyway. So, during my manual labor, my child labor that I mentioned the other day, one time there was a giant cult that tell jokes or join a cult as a joke or both. A cult that isn't actually a cult and is just in itself a joke. Like the Pastafarians, I think they're called, is a big one. Or just any jokes are like, the stream is cult. Like because like that can get very dangerous if you're going to like actual cults. Yeah. Probably miss it, but anyway. When I was helping out around the farm as part of my child labor, I was like I noticed that there was quite a rotund turnip. And as part of my duties, I got called aside and asked to help dispose of it. Because they didn't know what to do with such a big turnip. It was like the size of a person's head. So it was really big, but I got to take a third of it home, just to like make food with it. It was very delicious. But afterwards, when I was sent back to digging holes, I had a third of the turnip hanging from my waist, and I thought, you know, you can make a religion out of this. And thus, turnipism was born. There was like 40 people who joined, which is much more than I expected from a joke, where we worship the holy turnip that was plucked from the ground. There weren't like any sort of rites or anything you had to do. You just had to straight up say, yeah, this is funny, I want in. And, well, technically there was one thing. Yes, praise be to the turnip. I had like a whole lore thing built out around it. Where like, the turnip's power is too great and that's why it was split into 3 pieces. And the first one went to me, the founder of the religion. The second one went to the first apostle, or in other words, the first person to have joined. And the third was lost to the sands of time, which is what I call the compost bin. Because nobody wanted it. But yeah, there was one sort of ceremonial thing that happened early on, which was if you partook in the flesh of a turnip, like of the turnip, but you were converted. Like, that was an initiation ceremony. So I just remember, because, like, this was middle school, so just imagine, like, a bunch of 12-year-olds sitting around a table taking bites out of a raw turnip. That's essentially what happened. Just as long as there are no turnip crusades? No. Well, there's no one left to talk about those. Disclaimer, that is a joke. We did not hunt down people in the name of a turnip. Just for legal reasons. Only other vegetables? Yeah, now you're getting it. Oh yeah, that reminds me, for part of that class's lessons on the medieval period, and like we had to take electives based on specific time periods, and it wasn't the medieval period, it was French Revolution. No. The way they ingeniously thought to teach us middle schoolers was to have us construct a fully functioning model guillotine. It was small, so... But like, you could have chopped your finger off if you were careful. You weren't careful with it. But yeah, so a bunch of people just use it to cut food, like carrots and whatnot. And everyone was having fun with playing with the guillotine, because, you know, it's not a problem as long as nobody loses a finger. Until some psycho put a bug in it and decided to actually have, like, a live execution of it. And at that point, nobody wanted to eat what was chopped with it anymore, because you. And the guy just sat in the corner then for the rest of the year. Yeah. Loved that school. Had so much wrong with it. Would send my kids there, if I had any. Because it was way better than public school. But yeah, there's some not so great stuff. It was a Montessori school, so part of that is that like everything is very hands-on learning. Which leads me to crime scene investigation and why I no longer trust a third of the gas stations I walk into. So, as part of the like crime scene investigation, like here's just how the job goes and what it pertains. And into what the proper procedures are so that you know them, we got to visit the police precinct to just like take a look like, okay, no, here's an actual workspace, which is really cool. And we got to see the evidence vault, which was really cool. Probably shouldn't have let us see that stuff, but they did. And then the not that cool part was the biological evidence vault. It smelled so bad. It was all frozen, but that's why I know what frozen bodies and frozen urine smell like. And 1 in every 3rd gas station I've ever been to smells like that. So I am very much wary whenever I go into a gas station, because, like, it just doesn't give good vibes. I know it's probably just urine, but still, that's not something you want to be thinking about. So close. Yeah, fun times for that. I think the only variability now is starting jumps. Yeah. It just comes down to practice. As they say, practice makes your parents not leave you. Ugh. Fix of the fiddle. That was stupid of me. Oh. If I'd done that a little quicker, I would have gotten it. Yeah, I hope you like the screen because you're seeing quite a bit of it. Took a while to get consistent. Yeah, well, it's nice to know that I'm not just completely incompetent. Just mostly incompetent. I just need to get that corner closer, and I'll be good. Yeah, that was it. Just a little off from the corner, and I'll get it as soon as this guy stops exploding at the wrong time. Where you up dash can change timing too. Space your up dashes apart, which falls the longest. Yeah. The thing is that I want to make sure that the pad goes far enough, but like doesn't flip through the thing, and I'm just really bad at timing. Yeah. Which, you know, isn't great for when I was playing music. Earned all your time from thousands of deaths. That is a way to do it. And then there comes a point where you stop being able to do the most basic of jumps. I looked away because I thought I died, but it sounded like I didn't actually jump there. Which I don't know how I could have. Uh, oh, I had it there. I just need to be quicker with the reaction time of heading back. The little block there didn't exist. I'm so much happier with this level. I want to say at least this part isn't giving me any trouble, but I feel like if I do, I'll jinx it. I feel like the fish is laughing at me. Change dash typing at bottom or jump and it's a win. Yeah. Like, I definitely have the first section of it, and there's a few tries in between that don't always work out, but for the most part, I got the first bit of this. Just this. Yeah, there's so many things. Nope. See, that's one of the ones that's a downside to holding down the hold button, is that sometimes instead of getting on your character, will just hold on to the side. Well, yes! Yes, finally! I did it! And there's another room. Yeah, afterwards. There's another crystal heart, is that the end? Is that it? Yeah, my guess is that I need to grab onto that. Well, that's an interesting way of doing things. One is very difficult for very different reasons, yeah. I can definitely see this one being difficult. However, if you're just goated with the sauce, as the kids say, or at least I think they do, I don't know. Very consistent once learned, yeah. Then you don't have to worry about it. Okay, I think I see what I need to do. I keep on wanting to jump back for this crystal when it refills, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, I just need to slow down there. Like that. Just better. Yeah, I'm gonna try focusing up here. I say like I haven't been doing that this whole time, but if I say stuff like that, it'll make the game think that I'm better than I am. And then I'll win because of it. Presumably. Because the game does care about these things, you have to understand. It does have its own psyche. Have you seen Wreck-It Ralph? No? Okay. That was more so for that, but it's about characters inside video games, is the concept of it. And because I'm now explaining the bit, that makes it much funnier. Everyone knows that. Because then the people understand the joke and can then laugh at it. And it doesn't at all become tiresome and tedious in any way when you go out of your way to explain a joke. So something about jellyfish is that, like, they don't have brains, so how do you think they, like, do things? Like, there are all sorts of jokes you can make about how they have no brain yet are capable of stress, which I just feel like is needlessly cruel. No, Jelly. So, yesterday after stream, usually what happens after my streams is that uh, I get food, but then I like have a call with my family just like to check to see how they're doing. And as part of that, yesterday I told them about the beaver thing, which is that they have vanilla scents in their butt that people use for food. And one of them gave a very disturbing visual that I now need to share with you because it was shared with me of a beaver backpack with a straw in order to suck out the vanilla flavored juices. Because that's how it works. If I have to hear these types of stuff, you have to hear them too. It's only fair. Got No, like you have the beaver as a backpack. Like I don't remember what it's called, but camelbacks are they called? Like a camelback, and there's a straw inside the beaver's butt. Yeah, and it's connected to your mouth, which is a disturbing image I had to think about. So now you do. You're welcome. Those things are called camelbacks, right? I'm not just making something up. Yeah, okay. Good. I wasn't sure if it was that my mind had connected the dots of it's like a camelback or not. I'm glad to know I wasn't hallucinating it. If we're in a world full of humans, like, I've never used a camelback, just end up wondering where it all goes after you drink it. I haven't either. I do know people who have, though. When you drink the whole thing, it goes out the other end, and then I think there's a way to refill it. Like there's a valve on it or something like that. But again, I never use one, so I don't know the specifics. If we're in a world where like camels were the dominant species, do you think they have like human backs that are like the opposite, that dry out their humps? Yeah, just a lot of what you drink. It does seem a lot more convenient than water bottle. Does he just go wherever? Yeah, but then you can run into some problems that way. With, first of all, locale of like other people. And then second of all, if you're in like a national monument or something, or in a culturally relevant place, wherever isn't necessarily the best thing. Something I've wondered is like, public urination is a crime. But like, to what extent is it? Because surely like almost everyone who's been on a road trip has had the thing where someone needed to like pull over on the side of the road and go in the bushes. So like, is that illegal? Or is it just like, okay, it's illegal in a city, that makes a lot more sense. But there should be a lot more public bathrooms accessible then. I mean, there are, but like, what if it's the middle of the night and you need to go to the bathroom really bad? Don't know about in general? Fair enough, this is a very strange topic. But yeah, like I was locked out of my bathroom once in uni because I got a new flatmate and the university didn't bother to let me know or let the flatmate know it was a shared space. So I had to like go searching for a bathroom for like hours. Thankfully I was able to find one because not everything was closed at the time. But yeah, it can be rough. I just remember on my trip to Costa Rica, I had coffee for the first time, and because of like humidity and water processing, and I was drinking a lot more water than usual. But because it was a trip, we were going all over the country where there weren't a lot of bathrooms. So my stomach just ended up hurting the entire trip. Yeah, that was a fun trip. I don't know what it is. I know what a normal amount of stuff about animals' butts and reproduction. Like, because I watched a lot of documentaries when I was sick one time. And because of that, I just have a lot of information about this type of stuff. But, like, whenever I share a lot of it, people look at me like I'm weird for bringing up that a lot of sea monsters are actually whale penises. Or that the pandas can't get it on for the life of them. Like, I'm the weird one for knowing that stuff. Like, it isn't perfectly normal to know that some species of turtle breathe out of their anal cavity. That spike keeps on messing me up whenever I get to it. Okay, I want to get on the opposite side. This level is making me really crave rock candy. But not like the way rock candy actually tastes, but like the way it looks like it tastes in movies and cartoons, you know what I mean? There's a lot of that kind of stuff. I think it's probably because of like the food dyes, where like how they taste and how they look are completely different. Yeah, pizza's another good example of that. Like when they're like really gooey in cartoons, it's like, oh yeah, that's the stuff. However, if you think about it, it would probably just taste like you're choking on grease. Yeah, not saying pizza's bad, but like the ultra, like super Mac Daddy, uh, gooey pizzas in movies, like so much food looks so good, especially in like cartoon form. Like I know there's a whole thing of like anime food looking great, but I'd say it's like cartoons in general. And I don't know what it is about it. Because like if you actually had the stuff they had in anime or cartoons, uh, it does not always taste the best. Uh, Another example of this phenomenon I know is Ratatouille, and they did make a point about it in the movie that Ratatouille doesn't actually taste great. but like I've had Ratatouille before in nasty. Double jellies. No. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. We are playing farewell chapter of Celeste. This is supposedly the last room. Yeah, as I just fail repeatedly here, we're just yapping. So feel free to join. Ouchie. Of course, the last room has to be difficult, right? Yeah. I want to see how close I got. Okay, not as close as I thought. The furthest I made it was this spike in the middle here. I'm pointing at the screen like you can see that, but I'm just not quite sure how to get past that, so I'm trialing and erroring it. I've never really had calamari before. I've heard it's good, but some of my family members are allergic to it, so I was never allowed to try it, and I just never tried it after I became an adult because just never really had the time. The octopi are really interesting. They're really smart. If they weren't limited to like the 1 year lifespan and I think I need to something like that and grab onto the edge there. And the whole, if they have sex, they get the amnesia thing, then they'd probably be one of the dominant things, like dominant creatures on the planet. Is fried food advertised with sauce? Don't know if it has a strong flavor. Don't eat it often enough. Fair enough, fair enough. Something that I do want to do, because I'm talking about intelligent animals and it reminded me of it. Corvids, so like crows, ravens, are ridiculously smart. I wonder how smart they can get. So what I want to do is like, I want to be able to adopt a raven, because they're apparently the smartest of the corvid family, and just raise it like a child and see how smart it gets. But apparently that's illegal because they're a nationally protected species. Something being nationally protected hasn't stopped me before, though. Heard of people having magpies? I'm not sure where the line is for what you are and aren't allowed to have, but I do know that ravens and crows specifically, it is illegal pretty much all throughout the US, but I don't know how well enforced it is. Because it's considered animal cruelty due to how smart they are. Like I've done quite a bit of research on this. I do quite a bit of research on some random things, which a lot of times ends up getting more questions than it. Oh, even magpies aren't legal? Okay. Yeah, so yeah, but corvids are really intelligent. I am really impressed, and then also kind of, yeah, a lot of birds are, but especially the corvids. Because one of the reasons why I want to do this is kind of the just for a bit of pridefulness and be like, yeah, that's right, take that humanity, you kind of suck. It's not like I'm anti-human or anything like that. But like, it's just weird how we differentiate the intelligence of other animals that have different characteristics than us. Because like, if native birds are migratory birds, I guess? Migratory, yeah. Biological compasses are wild. That's the end of the sentence, right? Biological compasses are wild. I don't quite understand how it works, like physically speaking, but I'm not a biologist, so not on my job description. Like, there's so many stuff that other animals can do that we can't. I guess it's been like maybe people get away from importing birds then, with importing birds then, or non-native species. Yeah, that's what I assume happens. Yeah, like the birds' hollow bones, we can't really do anything about that with our bones because our bones are where our blood's made. But like stuff like the mantis shrimp, we have 3 colors we see, which is red, green, and blue, and then we see the spectrum in between them. Mantis shrimp have like 21. Like, what can they see that we can't? I mean, I know we can see it on camera, but that's adjusted to our field of vision. So, like, do you think anything bad would happen if I just dug into somebody's eyeball and placed some extra light cones in there? Like, these are questions that make you think. Bird tetrachromacy? Is that what it's called? Yeah, I was just thinking in animals for general, because yeah, humans are kind of like low-tier creatures. Yeah, with the 4th cone. Yeah, that's pretty much the type of thing I'm talking about. But I'd have to give humans a solid, like, C tier. Apparently, our rare genetic traits humans can have a 4th. It's actually really cool. I wonder if they've given any accounts. Yeah, I'd assume the range of color is still narrow. But I wonder if, like, they've given any accounts to how different stuff looks, or if it's just like they have an extra copy of one of the ones. They are really close to each other on the spectrum. Yeah, it really does suck. Well, kind of. Well, it sucks that we aren't able to see it, but like, yeah, we doesn't really have any impact on my life at the moment. I guess there'd be other technological stuff. Yeah. I also end up getting in trouble a lot with the visible light spectrum because I work in physics. I've mentioned that before. And just because of how it was taught to me, I have a habit of saying that anything that radiates counts as radiation, even though that's not true. So like any light that radiates counts is only a specific frequency if you want to be technical under the definition of it. But yeah, they're all photons too, so as long as it's radiating off of something, I think that should count as if it's radiating photons, it should count as radiation in my book. Sure, there are other, like, there are types of radiation. Yeah, well, not all passing through the body. There's a lot of them that doesn't breach the skin, whereas they do not that far into it because of the power required. Like, that's another thing I noticed about it. Like, all our technology is based on the visible light spectrum. Your lens for radio waves. I don't remember what the cutoff point is. But yeah, no, you can think about it like that. You do technically warp it, so that is true. Yeah. I think it's like a lot of radio waves don't count technically as radioactivity because a lot of times radioactivity is the limit for what is and is not radioactive. Yeah, such a broad spectrum. It usually, one of the ways it's denoted whether it's radioactive or not is if it can pass through your body and cause damage to cells. But I don't really care for that description of it. Okay. That's specifically ionizing radiation. Oh. Microwaves is a millimeter overlapping something I forget. To be honest, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've worked with it. I'd have to double check. I've mostly been working with people in the astrophysics department recently, so it's been a hot second. And yet, I believe it is specifically. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that it is technically radiation, but I know a lot of people who threw hissy fits over calling it radiation when it's not the ionizing ones. So yeah, technically your entire body is radioactive, though, and everything is radioactive because it emits some sort of light. But again, it just depends on where you want to draw the line. My geology teacher, I'm not really into geology, but my geology teacher back in the day, had a bit of a sick sense of humor. And by that, I mean he'd show off how the Geiger counter worked on a radioactive rock. But the thing is he'd put it on a radioactive plate because when he was in Southwest America, he got a plate that was covered in like uranium coating for some reason. And he'd mess with people with the radiation of the plate. Seen videos about them? I didn't know about them. Oh, I didn't know about them at the time, so it was a complete surprise to me. Radioactivity is different from radiation. Radioactivity happens when a particle undergoes radioactive decay. All particles go through it technically, but not all particles go through it at the same speed. Yes, I'm very well aware of that. It's just the way it was, like, radioactivity and radiation was explained to me, like originally, I have a bit of a habit of calling it the same thing. I know it's not exactly correct, but I've gotten used to it as a bad habit, so. Yeah, I just have a bad habit of switching between the two like this, and honestly, commonly there'd be no problem with that, but now I got you in chat and gonna correct me on technicalities. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I could make the excuse that I am content farming and rage baiting, but no, that's not what it is. I am very loose on definitions. Like that's just the type of person I am. Which doesn't always turn out that great in conversations, but it's just something. It's the way I've learned how to speak. You're the type of person to simplify QCD into RGB. Fair enough. Hey, we all have our stuff. You don't need to worry too much about it. Yeah. Yeah, I've done a lot of stupid stuff in my time. But makes for some good memories. The worst time was when I accidentally got the words frequency and friction mixed up. That did not end well. whatsoever. I was running like an all-nighter, and I needed to get something. No, almost had it. And I was talking to someone about what the coefficient of correction needed to be. They made fun of me for saying coefficient of frequency. I don't know if I ever recovered. Reputation in shambles. Yeah, and then I'm also reading a book from Isaac Asimov. It's about the history of scientific discoveries. And once we got the word mosquito, don't worry about it. Yeah, like I said, we all have our moments like that. I used to think conch shell was... I did not know I could do that. Conch shell was the... like, without the shell was just conch, because I never heard it without the shell in it. So yeah, it happens to everybody, and I've seen it happen to other people too. Yeah, as I was saying, I'm reading a book by Isaac Asimov about the history of science, and you never realize how close things are together. Like, it feels really weird going through it. Found inside the seashell? Okay, I never did that one. I never did that one. But for an example that I find really weird is that when America was founded, the founding fathers very well could have had a version of non-branded cola at the table, because soda had been invented by that point, like carbonated water, which I find really just bizarre. Or like how technically the steam engine was invented in ancient Greece, but then was not improved at all until the Industrial Revolution. Remember seeing some of the old Steam designs in history videos? Yeah, the book I'm reading is really interesting because it goes over a lot of stuff, like spinning sphere. Yeah, shoot, I can't remember what that one's called off the top of my head, but there's a lot of set that were invented earlier than I thought, or closer to things than I did thought. I don't... If it's the thing I'm thinking of, it was like around the 1700s when that particular thing was created, and it was to represent static electricity, like 1600s, 1700s. Yeah. And thinking of the Steam thing, okay, then I'm not sure about the exact engine you're talking about, because there's quite a few variations. It was the Hero of Alexandria. I'll have to look that up at some point. Didn't remember actual history, just the image. Okay, ancient Greek, yeah. Then I don't. There aren't any diagrams in the book, so well, I just have a description that I read like a month ago to go off of in my memory. So yeah, and then something that really weirded me out is the Odyssey. If the Odyssey, sorry, the Odyssey was written around the time, would be like the musical Hamilton, but if George Washington fought a Hydra. Because it was like 250 years after the Trojan War happened, then that Homer lived and all that stuff. Lego sphere, here's a fun fact. You cannot create a continuous vector sphere on the surface of a sphere, which is tangent to the surface as a non-zero point. Okay. I think I generally get what I was trying to say. I'm a bit tired from work at the moment, so a lot of the specific geometric mumbo-jumbo jargon, I tend to struggle with when I'm tired. But that is interesting. That's called the Hairy Ball Theorem. That's cool. I haven't actually heard of that, or at least I don't remember hearing about that. Speaking of the history and hairy balls, but I have a story. So, you know, Pompeii, pretty famous event. When can't come a hairy ball without. God, I'm gonna need to change Automod because it's taking these very like mild stuff, and being like, oh, the horror. It is borderline, but I was expecting the Automod to be less strict than this. Anyway, so Pompeii and balls. So, when I went to Pompeii, I got toured around in it. And yeah, at least you didn't get a sure you want to send this message. And what had happened is that I was bored, so I was just kicking a rock down the street. pause for dramatic effect to let us sink in what probably happened. And the tour guide and everyone else go silent because I wasn't. I was young at the time, I wasn't really paying attention to the tour guide that much. I was more so just looking at the scenery. And I turn around to see the whole group just staring at me. I'm like, what's going on? Turns out that rock I was kicking wasn't a rock. I mean, it was in the sense that it was petrified. But turns out, from beyond the grave, I was kicking this dude's balls thousands of years later. The Cox Zucker machine. Yeah, I'll have to look up a lot of these stuff after stream. Because the main problem I have with stuff is that I'm not best at lingo and jargon. And that like applies for everything. When I was into programming, I'd always do stuff and not know how to talk to people about it, which is one of the reasons I didn't go into it. I was good at coding, I just didn't know how to talk to people about said coding. And then same when I played musical instruments and whatnot, just never quite got it. Yeah, it also didn't help that all my coding that I try to do is very spaghetti coded. And I am absolutely horrible at notating. Yeah. And props to those people. It does take a certain level of commitment. Yeah, but I'm also talking like even basic jargon. Like, I often get confused between, shoot, what was it? I can't remember the name of it, case in point, but like, Java is a blank language, Python is a blank language. That sort of thing as well. Yeah. Compiled, interpreted. No, that's not what I was going for, but it does get confusing. Object-based, and then scripting language, that's what it was. Both are object-oriented? I thought one wasn't and then the other was. You see, this is the thing. I get really confused with the terminology for it. Yeah, I did not take much coding though, for that very reason. I did take some coding and I had a lot of fun with it. But when it came to like needing to say what things are, then I struggled. Hmm, that's interesting. I just never heard it explained as an object-oriented one. Or maybe I have. Again, not that great at terminology and remembering what names things have. People use C language to code crude class structures and objects. Yeah, I haven't really coded that much in the C language. Is like C++, C++. Um, the closest thing I did to it was HTML. Like any of the C named languages. But yeah, that's pretty easy and a bit irrelevant nowadays, so. But did I say something wrong again? And major apologies. C++, not C. Sorry. It's been a while since I've done anything coded related. That's the one I'm thinking of, right? HTML and C++. It's well as wrong as it can be. Just let me find my mouse. HTML and yeah, CSS. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Now you can start to understand why I didn't always get the best grades. It's web adjacent at least. Yeah. Yeah, get your laughs out. I don't remember pretty much any of the stuff. I just remember it being fun. That type of programming too much? Yeah, I didn't really either. It was more so just to fill out requirements. Back when I thought that coding was a thing that I'd be like viable in. Can do front end development. I can get that. Yeah, I mostly use coding stuff for just sorting through a bunch of stuff, like a bunch of numbers. Particularly happy with the console interfaces. That's good. You Do whatever makes you happy. Yeah, mostly use Python in my industry. Uh, yeah, Excel works too, but uh, I tend to not think of Excel as a programming thing. I don't know, it just doesn't go into that category in my brain. Yeah, very much more prone, at least in my experiences, for Python to get spaghetti coded than Java. Yeah, definitely isn't the most efficient, but it it works. Yeah, syntax is a nightmare. I just end up spaghetti coding my way around most of it. With like just the basic uh, stuff you have for it, like already built in to beginner courses. Yeah, Java is great. Java is amazing. I haven't done much with Java, but the bit I did do with it, it's really good. But the professional standard for like science, at least in the field I'm working in, is Python. I'm not quite sure why, but Pascal, I feel like I've heard of that one, but I've never learned it myself. I have to learn Fortran? Oh, Fortran. Is that a coding language? I never heard of that. Or is that a typo? Okay, it's a language. You know, someday I might make it to the end of this room. You made your own language? That's actually pretty impressive. Uh, like, did you do that from the template, or did you have to do it straight from binary? Just an interpreter and spec. It is a tiny Solang. I brought it to life. Okay. Yeah, because if you had done the whole thing yourself, I would have thought you were a madman. Because binary, at least in my opinion, absolutely hate it. It's way too confusing. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine to like I'm saying it's perfectly fine to use stuff you've been given in tools if you want to make it more fun for yourself to do things. Just as long as it's not like illegal or harmful to anyone in actual practice. Someone coding an interpreter inside its... Oh, esoteric programming language. Okay. Well, thanks for letting me know all this stuff. I'll probably forget a lot of it, but this is a lot more in depth than the introductory programming courses I had to take. Hey! Yippee! We did it! Good game, empty space. Oh. Uh, ex- ex- excuse me? Oh, wait, no, what? This can't be why not? This, they're giving me a third fake out ending? Granny is still out there somewhere. Which means I need to keep going. Hello? Why did this like suddenly turn into a horror game? This verb? Why is reality just like collapsing around us? Oh. No. No. Well, no, I have 5 hearts. Yes, it's back to heart hunting. Got the heart for that one. Yeah. I think Mirror Temples. At the point I don't have it. So we shall search. I felt so proud of myself there. And I don't trust it anymore. Will there ever be an end? Will we ever go home? Will we ever see our families? Okay, that's just friends gone missing with this. Should be proud of myself. But thank you. It's just I thought I had done it. which is a bit frustrating. And I do enjoy it when games do big out stuff like that. It's fun, especially so early. I don't know how long it usually takes people to do it. But I did it in about 13 hours. Okay, cool. Well, do we want the strawberry or do we just want to go for the heart? I'm leaving that up to chat whether we try to get the strawberries or just go for the hearts. All good experience. How did I miss all of these? What the? Searching for hearts and finding strawberries along the way. Yeah. Fair enough. And the Mirror Temple is just very non-linear and confusing. Okay, I did not know it was not linear because only done it once. Assumed it was linear. There we go. One of the coolest crystal hearts. One of the hardest to figure out, though. Okay. Just sprawls out. That makes sense. There we go. I don't remember how you get up from here. I think it's this one. Yeah. They not up here. Hmm. I see. There we go. It's been a hot second, so apologies if this takes me a bit to remember where to go. that's just strawberry. And this way was just a strawberry too, so. Here we? Yeah, let me know if I did miss one that you want me to get. Do I have to talk to Theo's reflection? I can't remember. I am locked out of that room, so I guess it doesn't matter. Then, yeah, for that, we need to go here. This is right there. Okay, I don't necessarily want all bears, it's just saying if you see any bear that it bugs you that I didn't get it, then I'm totally fine going back to getting it. I did see something. I don't know if I've already gotten this though or not. Okay, yeah, this is the only way to go, so. If I could jump like a person. I beat part of the final level. Aha. What'd that do? I don't see anything different. Big part of the final too? Yeah. Thank you very much. Knowing it's a bigger part makes me feel better. My nemesis slowly moving spike balls. Oh, sorry, big, not bigger. See, it's not that I'm necessarily good at the final level. It's that I'm equally bad at all the parts. Is there a... That divot makes me feel like there was something... Ah. Don't know what to do with that. Okay, now I got this strawberry. Oh, Kukuridka 27? Is that how you say it? I just saw the notification. Thank you so much for the follow. It really does help out smaller channels like me out a lot. Uh, just to grow and to get verified as an official thing. Oh, I knew there was a secret, and I already got that secret. Okay. Yeah, thanks so much for the follow. I feel like there would be something hidden in all these little nooks and crannies. Yeah, I have no idea where I'm supposed to go for the heart in this chapter, because the only one that was really obvious was chapter 3, I want to say. It was, because like you could see it. But like, I am a very gullible person. You could probably say something like, yeah, no, it only appears if you light every single torch in the temple, and I'd believe you. Please don't do that, of course, because that's mean. Three stood out, one was very suspicious, two was findable, difficult to reach. Oh, you just stumbled upon the fourth one? Okay. Please do let me know if like, get locked out away from it, because I know there are certain parts of the level that will lock you out if you aren't, like, if you get to a certain point, it'll lock you out. But I want to make sure that I'm not wasting too much time trying to find something that I won't. Does it say, yeah, this is the correct subchapter? Okay. Thanks for letting me know that. Like, that does help quite a bit. That is the strawberry that I already got. Okay. I appear to have gotten some of the more hidden away strawberries the first time and missed a lot of the big ones. Yeah, that does make sense. It's because, like, that was more so what I was trying to do. Hello? Key. Yeah. I think this is the way to where the key is. This place is a maze. There we go. This is coming back to me a little bit. Wee. And yeah, that's just the way it came. Oh, there's a big ominous statue. What's like the lore on these guys? Because like, seem a bit angry. Is it just like the spirits of the mountain, yada yada? That feels like sort of ending thing. Not sure exactly. Yeah, I know this game is pretty ambiguous with a lot of this stuff, and probably some kind of commentary on mental health. Like reflections of Theo Madeline's mental state. Okay, I know that makes sense. Strawberry. Strawberry. Nope. Some mountain magic. Yeah, I didn't get that much. Did not expect like end of the world thing. Though in the last chapter, as far as the mountain magic goes, like seemed a bit much. Fair enough. And I do see there's a path here. Oh, the B-side. There we go, that one was pretty easy. Is there anything else in this? Yeah, I do need the tapes to complete it. Like I do, like I will need to if I want to do the B-sides, but like, do I need you to complete the story itself? Not sure if you counted how many hearts you needed. I was assuming it was all the hearts. So like, one for every chapter. Are there hearts in like the B-sides? Because then I'll have to do those as well. There's 15 slots. Okay, there weren't. So there are 2 that are in some sort of B-side. Or something. Like 2 or 3. Yeah, we're probably going to be here for a bit then. Not all of them are such a mystery. Okay. I think this is the end of this section of the chapter. It is? Yeah. Okay. And I'll return to map. No, I didn't really notice anything. Can you give me just like a general hint? It was towards the end. Yeah. So this one. If you kind of went down. Oh. Oh, okay. No, I know what you're talking about. I completely blanked out on that as soon as I entered it. Okay then, so I'm looking for a key. Do I need to have a key before I go in there, or can I find a key after I go there? Before? Okay. So I do know one key is up here, and then I need to find where the other one is. What do you mean there's only one key? There's 2 keys. Oh, and plus it's like you can choose where to use it if you do something funky. Again, have a good break. Thank you for coming a lot. You've been a ton of help. I enjoy chatting. I will be here for a while, but do what you have to do. Food beckons me. Fair enough. Food is good. Take care of yourself. Ah. So now I need this one? I believe so. No, but you need to use the key for... I'll go look around a little bit. Already checked all these places though. Bubble. Can I fall down here or is it? Yeah, that's death. Hmm. I'm not sure where to go. 'Cause I can go over this way, but then I'd immediately lose my key. No, that's just that. And this was the B side. Something I'm missing. I feel like there would be something up there, like there's a small cavity it looks like. There is a small cavity. Just need to time that right. Probably be stuck on this jump for a bit. Anyway, so chat. Conversation starters. Nice weather we are having here this day, correct? This is how you converse, right? Yeah, it's not really my strong suit of knowing how to start conversations. I've never really had that much good practice, though. I have mentioned this before on stream, but I have a very confusing look to me. It's like there's a third of the population that thinks I don't exist pretty much. Like, I'm background character energy, very much background character. There's a third of the population who thinks I am like this horrifying creature, which is funny in so many ways. And then there's a small amount of the population, almost entirely gay dudes, which is not the way I swing, but that find me attractive. Which I just find it a bit strange that I managed to attract the gays. It doesn't make sense. Like I'm not trying to be like, yes, I will go ahead and seduce the gays. But no, like Olive, I don't know if there's another thing on there. Oh, that's how you do it. That's a lot simpler. And then in addition to that, not that I necessarily am interested in them, but like weirdly enough, all my female friends turn out to be lesbians. Like, not just friends, like every person of the female gender who I talk with turns out to be a lesbian. Nothing wrong with that. Just something very peculiar I noticed. Yeah, and then, because I'm a pretty lengthy fellow. There we go. And because of that, like I get generally why people are like, yeah, no, it looks kind of scary. I've been compared to Slenderman. A lot of SCP Shy Guy, if anyone's seen that. Someone straight up said I look like their sleep paralysis demon. Of course, I'd take this all a little lightly because I think it's funny. Because if I don't, then it's just kind of sad. Yeah, like I tried talking to people about like, okay, what do you think it is? They have nothing, just a vibe. It just gives off a vibe that I'm dangerous, apparently, and not in like a, oh, you know, rough and tumble sort of way. No, like that I'm, and I quote, about to rob this place any second. Oh, there's a no. There's a heart. Like, is that really the vibe I give off? I don't know why people think that. Aha! Yeah, thanks, Eamon. I know you're having food right now, but shout out to him for helping me find that one. Chapter 6. No, Theo, I don't care about you or your sister. I forgot how much sex was at the start of this. But so I've had my fair share of being treated strangely. Also didn't help that I'm a bit of a weird dude, to put it lightly. But people are so judgy these days. Like, you'll share information with them, and then they'll be like, "What are you talking about? Why did you suddenly start a 20-minute conversation on the reproduction cycle of sloths?" Like, apparently that's not normal. And excuse me if that makes me weird. But that's just something you'll have to put up with. I'm spamming the next button, and I feel like I'll miss it when the actual bit pops up. I should get some sleep. There we go. The one time she does not look completely mortified in his pictures, which is nice. It can't go back that way. What about up here? Nope. Yeah, I think it's just straight up from here. Yeah, if no one minds me bringing up conversation from hours ago, but you know how we have camelback backpacks for like drinking water? Do you think if camels were in charge, they'd have human backs, which were dry versions of them that just made it so that their humps didn't get too wet? I always get confused between whether I'm controlling the feather or the square. I don't know why. Every time this shows up, But don't worry, Theo, it's just my anger management demons. But I'm having a lot of fun with this game. Hmm. Probably play a couple of hours. Like an hour or two more, but then I'll need to get food myself. Oh la 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 la. Oh la 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 la. Oh la la la. How many times must we climb this mountain? Do you think this is a metaphor for Sisyphus and the trials of humans? Oh la la la. Oh, oh la 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 la. Oh la la la. Come on, oh la 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 for me. Oh, oh la 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 la. Oh la la. Oh la 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 la. It will? There's wooing in chat? Oh. Oh, because of the blocks, okay. Welcome back, Emond. Emond, is that how you pronounce the name? That's what I'm guessing. What? Why didn't I recharge? Did I get this? Yes, I did. Because that's where the B-side is. Pretty sure I need that feather. I do not realize there's a thing here. Is that all that there is here? But like that's I'm gonna mark that as a place it could be. List of suspicious places, yeah. Well, you need a list of suspicious places. I'm looking for stuff like game mechanics are a thing. What's hello? Can it go up more? I don't remember going this way. It's like when you are in a game and you see a big open, yeah, suspicious head and feathers. When you see a big open area and you get a bunch of health potions, so and like if there's ammo in the game, ammo or refills of anything, you know there's going to be a boss soon. There has to be something here. Uh-huh. Wait. I see. There we go. I think the authors took their lesson from classic games. Yeah. And that's a very, yeah, good thing to do. What? Earth is this puzzle? Or chimes when I dash. Last time there was color things at the birds. Let me know the way. But I don't see any birds this time. Ching, cling. Yeah, I've done the few, like the hearts I got from the first 4 chapters. And I was just messing around until I got that. Yeah, I get that they're important, but there aren't any more here. Is it just the same code? Based off of the stuff up here? Is that what the puzzle is? Because if so, I'd have to look up a reference. Again, I have to look up a reference then. Words. Celeste. Okay. Pull that over. This might be cheating, but we'd be here forever if I did it. Because I need to go back and memorize it. Yeah, so it's up, left, down, right, up, right, left, up, left. Oh. Then is that flipped horizontally? So when it's that, that, there we go. Then flip this way. Thank you. Down, left, up to the right, down to the, oh, shoot, I messed that up. Down, left, up to the right, down to the right. People struggle on the symbols, making this the hardest puzzle in the game. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure what I do for this one, but it makes a lot of sense to me. Which one was I on? I just did red, I believe. There we go. And then lastly, is it just... the only thing I can think of is that it's both of these for a combination. So it'd be down, right, that, right, down? No. Hmm. Oh, no, it is. That is what it is. Oh, there's a heart. Well, at least that was a lot quicker than the previous one. The summit. Okay. Let's look for the heart. Finally, I have the double jump back. It feels so much better this way. Aha, secret. That's just strawberry, but mentions subchapter to investigate. Yeah, sure, that would be helpful. Uh-oh. Okay, final. So 3,000 meters. Yeah, okay. No, there's not something there. With that, you might be able to figure it all out on my own. Okay, thanks. Alcove. Gems? Wait a minute. Was that in the third chapter? Or was that in the third chapter part of this? Because I remember seeing that yellow gem. Because if it's, I need to go through all the chapters again, that's harsh. You're right about 3. The dust bunnies. Okay. Yeah. Did I collect the gem in this chapter, though, when we were going through that section? Or in the actual chapter 3? Because I know this is like a collage of the chapters for the final one. Okay, in chapter 7. So we need to find one in each part of chapter 7. Okay, thanks a lot for the help, Eamon. Okay. Yeah, I have to search 90% of chapter 7 anyway. Just don't have to do it in extra time. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Okay, so that doesn't actually lead anywhere. Okay, and then that doesn't have a... That doesn't have a secret entrance to it. Yeah, easy, just need to search the entire chapter. Like every part of the chapter to find it. No biggie. Okay, land of double strawberries, I'm gonna guess that they aren't in here. Yeah, quick, we don't need strawberries. They're nice to have, but you don't need them. Yeah, this will take a while, but you just have to sit and wait. Because that is our job as Twitch streamer and chatter. We sit here and wait as I fail hundreds, if not thousands of times to do the same thing with very little variation, so that by the end of it, we can go home at the end of the day and say Poggies. That is the point. In 12 minutes? Speedrunners are something else, man. I think that was the end. Yeah. So, we start again. Get ready to see this a lot. And then, after all the work we do in the day, we can go home to the loving embrace of our couch and say, I did it. I did a comment on a thing. And then we move on with our lives. And no, there's not a trick with that. I had already gone through there, but less Discord, I did it, zero context. I'd have to get this less Discord. Like, figure out what it is, but yeah, I could do that. I'd be wary that that might border on like self-promotion. But that would be funny. It would also be really funny if I did that and then afterwards I deleted the VOD. There is a channel? Okay, then meaning I have to like create a Discord account for my channel because I had not done that yet. Yeah, I could. I keep on finishing it. I'm just too good. Posting screenshots and achievements. But I'm just imagining this. I go onto there, you're like, I did it. You can check, yeah, can't stop winning. Can't stop winning. I go to the Discord. I say, hey, I did it. You won't believe this world record. But I make sure to do it right as the VOD runs, like right after the VOD runs out, because Twitch, how it's set up is that it's timed that you have a certain amount of time you can download your VODs before they're deleted from the server. So I do it when it's deleted, and I make a big spectacle out of like, you guys won't believe what happened. And I don't actually tell anybody what happened. That way there's just this group of people thinking there's some sort of accomplishment. Like, even if it's just one person, that's good enough for me. Nope, not there. Some precedent of posting videos to channels, suppose most are screenshots. No. You said zero context, so I'm going with zero context. I wouldn't say anything besides I did it, and keep on alluding to there being this grand achievement, but never actually, yeah, just I did it. You guys won't believe it. Finally, after all this time, I managed to accomplish it. and I just see how many, and well, yeah, I can just be like, hey, yeah, no, you can check it out. It's over here, and I give them like a faulty link or something like that. Yeah, someone will just congratulate me. That's a nice community. I I don't want to win again. For the memes, probably. Yeah, that would be real funny. I wonder how far you could push it before like people start to realize. Or is it? Nope. Maybe over by the grass on the right. Hey. Now we can move on with our lives. One out of 5. Sorry, 2 out of 6. That's more accurate. What's the infrastructure on this mountain like? It seems very, yeah, Hosha. Is Hosha's the name of it? The Association of OSHA, not Hosha. OSHA seems like they'd have a rough time here. Yeah. Do my eye peeled for any like little gnats. I've gone this way before, but I don't know, I'll just do a general run through this way, see if I find anything. Okay, no, that's just flying strawberry. Almost said flyberry straw, which isn't a thing. Oh, almost got squished there. Right, if I remember right, I need to jump up here. Like this. No. Or, you know, just, is there a secret? No secret, okay. No secret up there. No. Is there a secret up one of these? No. Okay, then that's not great. No. I see a gap. And it's just a strawberry, okay. So I'm guessing I missed where the gem is. Because if I'm remembering right, this over here is the end. Yeah, because there's nothing else to... Hey. Not over there. Is there... There's no, like, secret there. At least you have 7B available. Peak 7 B-side. I haven't tried any of the B-sides, so I don't know. Yeah, I'll get to try them after I get this stuff done. Surely there's like something that... Maybe it's to the left there. That's a strawberry. It's a bit mean that they have it so that there's the... split in the road here. I cling to that. You have to believe me that I did. Nope. Something must be wrong with my controller. Couldn't be me, ever. I knew I shouldn't have cursed at the gods of platforming this morning. They don't play fair. Now, I managed to do this before. You can tell because I have the strawberry. There we go. Now we go to the left. See any secrets? Okay. We hit our head on absolutely everything. No, nothing. Okay. There's a platform over there. Aha! That was just another strawberry. Makes a bonk noise when I hit the head. Yeah. Oh, it would be the bonk mod? That sounds really funny. And like it would get very annoying really quickly. But that does sound really funny. Strange divot. No. Ceiling. No. For more annoying audio mods, like the one in the oh. I really love cats, but yeah, that would get on my nerves. Peter Griffin Kevin blocks are a little funny. I don't really know that much about Family Guy, except for that pretty much everybody uses Peter Griffin's voice and is obsessed with it. Just not the... Just when it was popular, like I was busy doing other stuff, so... No secrets there. Yeah, more than that seems like it would get a bit too much. You know, everywhere it goes, just death, death, and more death. I'm really stuck on this one. I accidentally won again. I did miss an opening somewhere. Okay. Should... Like, is this somewhere I can still get to, or is it just this one? Not like hidden... Is hidden wall, okay. Not hidden wall. Got it, so I'm just being a dummy. Looking for any gaps. That's a beam behind that. Can't unsee it, okay. Then this must be like really grating for you to watch me walk past it over and over again. Big enough to make Madeline squeeze, so you got it. That doesn't really tell me that much. Yeah, I'm fine either way too, but thank you for helping out. Because I want to make sure I'm making enough progress, and I want to make sure it's entertaining, and if I guess in along the way it's fine, especially when it's like treasure hunting very specific objects. That sort of thing I'm fine with, but like if it's anything that's the spoilers essentially or backseating, okay, so I am looking for any sort of gap. Any gap. And I'm back here again. Not that to the right. Already checked there, so return to the map again. So my hint is not a breakable wall. Don't see any in this room. Don't see any down here. I feel like it's gonna be something sneaky with these rooms, like this branching path. Nothing here. Suspicious rooms? Yeah, I'm looking for those, but that was probably the stupidest way I could have died. Because I know about this hidden thing, but you said that I wasn't behind a hidden wall, so I'm looking for like a dashing through gap, is what I'm thinking. Oh! Oh! There we go. Yeah, I probably would have never found that if not for the hint. So thank you a lot. Okay then. Go into map. Next section. Yeah, just simple oversight. Man, this game is really good at making me feel really stupid. Why am I doing that? That doesn't work. Do 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 do. But that was, I was gonna say pretty close the first time, but then I completely messed it up the second time. There's a secret over here. Is that, yeah, I already got that. I keep on feeling like there will be secrets up there, but I don't know. Okay, I do know one of these ways is the way forward, and I can't remember which way it is. But this way is a strawberry. This way is not immediately blocked off, so guessing it's something. No, they both end up going to the same place. Okay. Two of them? Two of what? Oh, I got to them. Actually, I have three of them. Excuse me very much. Just, yeah, hard to get strawberry. I have trust issues with those, and I don't know why. I don't know if there's something hidden in one of the chapters over there, but just don't trust them. Yeah, okay. This is just a scouting one. Okay, I think I see where it is. It's either there or there is a very lovely strawberry. This chapter is making me really work for this heart. Mm-hmm. Strawberries all. It's all strawberries all the way down. You can lick the strawberries, just don't get too freaky with them, okay? Always has been. Yeah. Uh-oh. Aha! Strawberry. It's a sign. I really need to stop running off that specific ledge. Uh-huh. It was a strawberry. Is there anything over here? No. Uh. Yeah, the void beckons. Sure, a hint would be nice. Crack in the wall? Okay. Thank you, now I just know generally what I'm looking for. Just making sure. Yeah, there aren't any cracks over here. Yeah. Need to actually, like, be able to do the platforming before I can try to get the stuff. I just did this. Why is it like I never did in the first place? No wall cracks? Well, sneaky they can be, so no wall cracks there. No cracks in the wall. Chapter 2 style coin collect room always does that to me. Yeah. There's 1 and 2A in chapter 7. Yeah, keep that in mind. Wall cracks? Battle and chase? Ah. I know what you're talking about. I haven't done it. But I'm saying, like, I know what you mean by battle and chase. No cracks over this side. How did I miss that strawberry over there? Building inspector? Yeah. Oh, I see a crack. Crack, crack, crack. We love crack. Crack feels good. Is that it? Don't see any more wall crack. Oh, no, I see another wall crack. Please don't start me at the top. Thank you. You see, all you have to do is just ask sometimes. There we go. This one's rough. No. There we go. Are you kidding me? Oh. There we go. Another one down. Got that one, so now this one. Might be suspicious enough to find this. This thing always bothered me. Oops. Oh, my suspicions might be enough to find this one. Okay. So that means it's either in a wall crack or it's around here. Oh, is it bonk? Yeah. Pretty bonk moment right there. Feeling pretty bonkers. I swear, if this one is just a strawberry, I'm gonna be upset. This is like a pretty hard jump. Dad, why are you laughing? You're laughing, that isn't giving me confidence. No, I'll show you. I'll show them all. But they'll never get past me. No matter how much they run. They can run and run as fast as they can. They can't catch me. I'm the strawberry man. There has to be something over here, else they wouldn't have made this bit. There we go. Yes. Wasn't a strawberry. One left. I can't go up there, which makes me a bit suspicious. Aha. What good does that do me? Maybe it was the shark over the strawberry and I just forgot. What am I supposed to do? Alright. Gave the keys up there. I'm probably gonna get this crystal heart and then call it for the evening. Just as a heads up. Aha! Secret. And it's just another strawberry. Mystery switch. Just so I want to do that. That's not a good start. There we go. It's just another strawberry. I need to stop missing that. I feel like this should be a bit of a safe space. But no, you have to start all the way from the bottom again. I've never been good at that one sliding block there. But I guess now I'm nuts. Why can we go over here? Because there's a strawberry. That's why. No. Nope. Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit sloppy with some of this. Forgot how rough this room is compared to most of this chapter. I mean, I get that it's like the Gnarl chapter regularly, but somehow jumped off Spike there. I think what the problem is that I stopped because it stopped, so my brain just thinks that that means I need to wait more. Okay, this gives me a strawberry. Yeah, that's the end. I'm still missing one. Is there a hint that I can have for general area of where to look? Hmm. Found a suspicious path previously. Okay, thank you. I'm guessing then it's something to do with the path up here. Yeah, explore that more. Okay. So I'm on the right track, just need to figure out. Patience. Patience is a good thing. I need more patience. Hello. No, Found something. Not sure what that something is. Can't get through there without ball. Yeah, it'd be nice if I could get something up here, but there aren't any bubbles. Unless... Nope. Yeah, there aren't any bubbles up there, so... Because I need one in order to get through, but it's not there. Okay, maybe if... No, that wouldn't work. I'm gonna go ahead and check if there is any like secret way around, which I'm not seeing. So I'm just gonna restart again. It's somewhere over here. Whoa, whoa. What just happened? There we go. Yeah, it's less doing odd things again. Something to do with the stuff up there. Just making sure it is something to do with that path, right? Yeah, okay. Need to figure out how. Yeah, that's a biggie. Is that I can't find any bubbles that go over there. Like, oh, I was gonna say I assume there's a hidden bubble over here, but apparently there is. Oh, this looks painful. There we go. Once again, thanks for the help. I have had a lot harder of the time. And then we go right from here. And with all that work, yippee! Pink sunrise. Yes, and then I'm just gonna count because you said there were 15, so still missing. That doesn't actually have anything in it. I'm guessing next time we'll do the B-sides. Thanks for coming to stream. I think I'm gonna end it there. Uh, Thanks for coming, everyone who came, even if you just popped in for a few seconds. B-sides won't be puzzle. That's good. Just platforming challenge. Okay, that's great. I'll probably stream tomorrow, but I might not, just because of I'm not sure how busy I'm gonna be. Uh, I do hope to at least play a little more on stream before next week because I am taking a break for a week at that point. But other than that, yeah, thanks for coming. Hope you had fun. I enjoyed talking to everyone. Let's see if there's someone I can, yeah, get some rest, get some food, take care of yourself. Let's see if there's anyone to raid out to. Still not quite used to this. I'll just go with the first one. There's someone who's also looking for crystal hearts and B-sides. Yeah, that should be good. Hope their content's good. Have fun. I'll leave you in their care.